we go. Sorry about the wait. I had actually forgotten. Uh oh. The there we go. The audio was piping out of the speakers, and there was about to be a little bit of an echo there. Yeah, I had completely forgotten to advertise the stream on Facebook, so I wanted to do that first. And unfortunately, I mean, this is supposed to be a painting stream, but as you can see, I still have some work to do in terms of getting it primed and prepped. So I'm gonna go ahead and do some of that. While I do a little talking here. I've been staying busy. Really busy, and so I've struggled to actually First of all, I was really struggling to figure out what I wanted to do for this stream, because I did not realize that there actually wasn't any One Piece this week, because it didn't say that there was a break. Because Oda didn't take a break, but the publication takes its own breaks, and when that happens, it's not like Oda doesn't announce that; it just sort of happens, and I'm out of the loop in that regard. So I always get caught off guard when Shonen Jump decides that they're going to take a break, and I guess. Don't I follow Shonen Jump on Twitter? Like, I should really have notifications about that, about when they're taking breaks, so that I don't get caught off guard like this. Cause now I don't get to kick off the stream with One Piece like I usually do. So, I was really struggling to figure out what to do instead. Because I still haven't reinstalled Windows yet, so I'm not ready to do any PC gaming yet. Although I am probably going to do that this week, because like, the first step to getting everything ready for reinstalling Windows and starting from scratch was rounding up all my files and like getting rid of old ones, because it's like I said, I have like a lot of like funny memes and stuff like that saved to my computer, and so I had to kind of comb through those and delete duplicates or delete memes that I didn't think were funny anymore, that kind of thing, and get them all organized and put on my backup storage. Make sure that all of my like documents and stuff were in order. And now everything's been pretty much been taken care of, so sometime this week I'm probably going to reinstall Windows. And I got to make sure that I back up I keep interrupting myself. I was going to say I got to make sure that I have all of my Cross-H production stuff backed up. I don't know if I do. All of my like thumbnails and pictures that I used in thumbnails and all that. But then I also remembered I still have my my first editing project that I haven't finished. I really want to finish that first, and then reinstall Windows. But as you know, I've been pretty slow about editing. In fact, I would say that pretty slow is quite the understatement, because I don't want to say I've been dragging my feet. To some extent, it is my fault. but it's just, I don't know. I still struggle to find a good balance between the two jobs I already have, and then trying to turn streaming into a job, and then also editing videos, and also trying to have a life on top of that. And I know I've talked about it on stream before, but this past summer has just been a mess. It did not turn out at all the way I expected it to. Because this summer was supposed to be all about the channel. It was supposed to be about me finding a new look for the channel. It was supposed to be about me streaming more and more often, editing, putting up videos and all that. But the stuff just kept stacking up. Other obligations. Do this. We got to do that. Can we do this? Do you mind if we do that? Lots and lots of that. And I'm not going to say that it wasn't important stuff. A lot of it had to do with my family or my job, all of that. And I don't regret doing any of that. But when it just keeps piling on, and when the hits just keep on coming, it takes a lot out of you. When you really just want to sit down and just do you, you know? And, oh man, I don't have my pendant on. Hold on a second. It's somewhere down here. Come on. Oh. There we go. I got my little Kill la Kill pendant on to go with my red outfit. I try to wear a different shirt for each stream, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed. And I have a lot of shirts to go through. This time I'm rocking my Red Hot Chili Peppers shirt, of which I have many. I'm a big fan of the Peppers. So I've been trying to figure out what to do about the situation, because I don't know if things can continue on as they are. Me just continuing to put off the editing and be like, oh, I'll do it later, oh, I gotta do this first, I gotta do this next, and then I'll do it later. Because it's getting really irksome. I've considered having like an off season where I switch gears from doing streaming to doing editing. If I can't figure out a way to do them both at once, then I just gotta have like a few weeks or months where I stream, and then a few weeks or months where I edit videos, and not try and do them both. But I haven't found the occasion, you know. I'm trying to get the paint in his mouth now. There we go. Ooh, that's a big glob. I don't like that. This has all sorts of little nooks and crannies too. But yeah, I've been trying to find, I don't know, a good place to transition from doing the streaming thing to doing the editing thing. Good time to like announce, hey, this is the off season, I'm gonna start editing videos instead. And then once I do that, I'll just be like, hey, make sure to follow me on like Facebook and Twitter and all that, so you can stay updated on when I'm gonna start streaming again. ground to cover. I knew that this sculpture was going to be a lot more challenging because if you remember the if I can just show it off here, the last dragon sculpture that I painted, like that was mostly a two-dimensional object. It was very flat, whereas this, as you can clearly see, is like it's a full-on sculpture. It's this big three-dimensional object. So trying to get coverage on all the little angles is challenging. I mean, I knew that going into it, but it's like daggone. And with all the little grooves in here, it's hard to get maximum coverage. And it's also very hard to stop the glue and the primer from glomping up in these little crevices. There were also multiple times where I accidentally like let the brush harden and it got all nasty. Here we go. But no, now that's too high. That's too high. I don't want to be way down here. Actually, it's funny. I saw my dad earlier today, and he was like, I went into his like little office where he writes his books and stuff, and he was just like, "Hey, how you doing?" Like he couldn't recline anymore without just being full on horizontal. And I think to myself, how do you not have crippling like neck and upper back problems when that's how you sit? I mean, I thought I had bad sitting posture. Maybe now I'm starting to see where I get it from. So I've been trying to squeeze in like all my plans for the future of the channel in the middle of doing like a lot of other stuff. Like at this point now school has started up, and that's really the last thing I wanted. Was I thought summer was going to give me the free time to work on this because I wasn't doing it when school was open, and I just got hit by distraction after distraction after distraction all summer long. Now summer's back up. I've done almost no editing, and it's really irksome. Won't be as busy this year because I'm not doing as much extra work. But when you've got a creative venture and it just feels like you never have the time for it, it eats you up. So more and more I'm considering that idea of having an off season. So like Sundays, I usually stream on Sundays. Instead of doing a stream on Sunday, I would upload a video on Sunday, and over the week, I would spend my spare time editing. But I mean, as it is, spare time is at a bit of a premium. Because the school year just started, there's still a lot of adjustment going on. And yeah, in case you didn't know, I'm pretty sure I said it in another stream. I work in education. So, summers are cool. I get to have those off. But during the school year, I stay kind of busy. I mean, maybe not as much as other people. I'm not in an administrative office, but still pretty busy. There we go. This is finally starting to look a little bit better. I'm starting to get the coverage I need in order to paint. And to try and hurry it up as much as I can, I've been making use of the this thing right here. My little fan buddy, where you can, like, I'm trying not to paint on him, although it wouldn't really matter, he's already completely white. He's got, like, the little light up bits. That's great for, like, when you need low light, when you just woke up and it's early in the morning and your eyes haven't adjusted. But then it also has the super cool little fan thing. You can adjust it right here. And having a whirring fan right next to the mic probably sounds great. But I've been using him to try and speed up the drying process on this sculpture. Man, I love that thing. It's so versatile. Usually I use it to cool off my food when it's too hot. There we go. I haven't even mixed my paints yet. I'll have to do that once I've finished priming this. Or when I'm halfway finished priming this. Because, I mean, with the way it is, I gotta, like, paint part of it, and then let it dry, and then turn it over, and then paint the other part. Here we go. I was honestly on the fence about whether or not I even wanted to do this because I knew it was going to be way, way harder than the last dragon sculpture that I painted. That and the fact that I did not have a lot of time to put this together, because like I said, first I had to find out that there was going to be no One Piece this week. Then I had to come up with something else to do, and then, like, start taking action towards it. Because I had thought about doing, like, another One Piece tier list, but I hadn't really put much thought into it. I thought about doing another painting stream, and what I thought I was going to do is I was going to go back to an old painting that I had started back when I was in college and just never completed it. But I didn't know for sure where I had put it. Turns out it was in, like, a little crevice in another room with a bunch of, like, other canvases and stuff. And look at the state of it, where it's all, like, it doesn't really come across well, but if I turn it like this, you can see that the canvas is, like, really badly bent and warped. Or if I turn it this way, yeah, you can see it's pretty messed up. So I would have to start over from scratch. Maybe do that next week. I got another canvas right back there, so probably just gonna take a do-over on that one. It's something that I'd always meant to follow up on, but never did, and that's very typical for me, is plan on doing something, and then many, many years after the fact, that's when I'm like, okay, now it's time. That's what I do. I foreshadow things like Oda. Foreshadow things years in advance. before I finally pay them off. Is that a glomp, or is that a... That is a glomp. Big sticky icky glob of primer. That's another concern, is losing the shape of the statue and all the details with all this thick, sticky, gooey primer. There we go. I've got other painting projects that I've been considering, like a redo of a painting that I've actually done a couple times. First time was back when I had art class in high school, and then I did another painting that I sold to someone else, which was kind of funny because instead of paying the asking price, they got a discount by agreeing to trade me one of their own little artistic ventures. It had like this poem that they had written. So I sold that painting for, I think, like $20 in a poem. And it was like this really edgy emo poem about, I don't know, feeling like you can't move or something. And I don't mean to disparage that artist. I'm sure it was very heartfelt and they worked hard on it. But that painting, not that painting, that poem, I don't know, it was just very of its time. It felt like something a teenager from the late aughts, early teens would write. I mean, that's back when Fall Out Boy and My Chemical Romance were still wildly popular. And I still listen to them unironically, but I mean, I never... Oh man, I'm getting paint on my nice CNF textured desk. Come on. I was worried this would happen. And of course, in the middle of me trying to figure out what I want to do for the stream and then actually do it, I've also had to try and figure out what I'm going to do for my mom's birthday, because it's coming up real soon. I mean, I won't spoil what I got her in case she's watching this. But I managed to pick out something good not long before this stream started. Actually, I just got back from shopping. There we go. Oh my gosh! Everywhere I look, there's a spot that I've missed. I should really go in with a smaller brush instead of trying to cram in this big boss brush everywhere. I have my smaller brushes right over there. But I guess I just like to like, this is my style. I prefer to work fast. And the fastest way to get coverage is to just use the biggest brush I've got. I mean, that's the way it was in my last painting stream, which I believe was the Mother's Day painting stream, where I just got impatient and I started laying down more paint before the other paint had dried. Turned out okay, but not quite the way I expected it to. probably say that a lot. There we go. There we go. While I prime this, it's also a great chance for me to talk about something that I shouldn't have said in a previous stream. It was let me look it up because I gotta remember which stream it was. View channel. It was I think it was Let's Read One Piece from 2 weeks ago. It was that one, right? Yeah, I think so. I think that was the first stream that I did after the Gunsmith Cats situation. Or if you didn't know, I had done a stream where I checked out another YouTuber's like retro upload of Gunsmith Cats as it aired on the Sci-Fi channel, complete with all the old commercials and stuff. And that was really cool. It was all like it was retro. It was nice seeing old commercials and old Sci-Fi channel idents and stuff. And of course, Gunsmith Cats was a blast. That is an excellent anime. Or should I call it OVA? It's only 3 episodes, so. But when I went to check out his other content, I found an upload of like some old random, I think it was like Fox Kids cartoons. And one of them was an episode of Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, and I think that's what did that stream in, was I just didn't think that I didn't think that the Cadillacs and Dinosaurs IP was so fiercely guarded. I mean, that was the first time I had even heard of Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Or, man, there's another big glob of primer right there. That's awful. I hate those big globs. They look so awful. Not aesthetically pleasing at all. But because I decided to watch that episode of Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, the whole stream got taken down. It got not a copyright strike, but a copyright warning. And that warning is still in effect, so I've been reluctant to watch anything else on this channel until the warning has expired. And just wary about watching things on the channel in general. I mean, that was a bit of a scare, really. That was my first real run-in. I mean, there were a couple songs from Scott Pilgrim Takes Off that got copyright ID'd. But that was a simple fix. They just give you the option of just muting that part, and I really don't like that. I always hate that when that happens in YouTube videos that I'm watching, but daggone if that wasn't the only option. Well, not the only option. The other option is, just edit it and put it up as an edited video, and then it won't be a problem. But, that's another thing that's on my growing to-do list. But this one was the big no-no. It was like, no, stream's just gone. Stream's shut down. The whole thing is not available for rewatch. It's just gone. And thankfully I recorded it. So that's another thing where I'm planning on just putting up an edited version. That probably won't be a problem. And there's going to be a little to no Cadillacs and Dinosaurs in it. Because apparently that's verboten. Like, Like, either someone is really, really proud of Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, or they're really, really ashamed of Cadillacs and Dinosaurs if they don't want people to see it. You know, even though that guy, that YouTuber, he uploaded that episode just fine. There were no problems. And that's really the meat and potatoes of what I wanted to talk about. Was during that stream I talked about Let's Read One Piece from like a couple weeks ago. I said, and I might be paraphrasing here a little bit, I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was something like, I have half a mind to report all of that guy's content for copyright, because that's only fair, right? And like, he gets to upload all this stuff and it's totally fine, but when I show it in my stream, I get in trouble. So, you know, why not? Why shouldn't I report his content for copyright and get it all taken down? If I don't get to put that stuff on YouTube, then he shouldn't get to put it up on YouTube either. And looking back now, I know that I was just talking out of jealousy and anger, and I really should not have said that. I should not have threatened to like go after that guy and ruin his channel like that. That was not appropriate at all. I mean, if I could get away with it, I would, and that's exactly what happened. I tried to stream his content on my channel, and it turned out to be a disaster. So I shouldn't begrudge him just because he got away with something and I didn't. I still think it's unfair and ridiculous, and I'm still a little bitter about it, but I don't really want to take it out on him. Like, even when I said that, I really didn't want to take down his content. I enjoy his content. I enjoyed watching Gunsmith Cats, and I even enjoyed watching that stupid episode of Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, so I wouldn't want that taken down. I'd even love to watch more of his content, but I was just feeling really hurt at the time. I was feeling the hurt, and I was feeling the prejudice that another bigger channel could air that stuff no problem, but I couldn't. But an edited version of that stream is in the pipeline, so you can look forward to that. I just really want to set the record straight. That was actually something I had meant to talk about last stream, and it just totally slipped my mind. I have a bad habit of that, honestly. Meaning to cover something in a stream, and it's only until maybe 2 or 3 streams later where I finally commit to memory that the thing I wanted to talk about, I really need to talk about it. Burping up a little bit of that fried chicken. You know, I love to have my pre-stream fried chicken. There we go. Yeah, this is taking a while. I don't actually know how long the stream is going to be. It's daggone, it's already 1:45. I mean, I know I got a late start. Just because I was getting ready. I got caught up getting ready for my mom's birthday. There we go. But, man, time flies. And we still haven't gotten to the actual painting part of this painting stream. I got the fan going though, so that'll help it dry faster. and it will keep me cooler. I always do that when I'm streaming, like maybe half an hour in or even less. I'll realize that I'm burning up and I need to turn the fan on. Thankfully, oh man, that looks terrible. It's too thick. Way too thick. I'm trying to put it on as thin as I can. This probably isn't going to be perfect, but I'm going to try and get it as perfect as I can. But yeah, I really wanted to clear that up. That was a wrong thing that I did. I should not have threatened to take down that guy's stuff, and I apologize. Ugh. Oh, my neck. Oh. Oh man, if you're watching this stream, if you're subscribed to my content, I sure hope you're not squeamish about people cracking their own necks, because I do that a lot. I have a lot of upper back and neck problems, mostly due to poor posture. Man, there's so much in here that I missed. I don't even know how I'm going to paint that. Or if it's even worth painting. I mean, there were parts of the other one that I didn't paint. I didn't paint the edges or the back at all. I think I just got to be okay with some parts of this not getting painted. Missed a big part right here. Big part in here as well. And speaking of stuff that I forgot to cover in my last stream, I meant to talk about the latest, or what was at the time the latest episode of One Piece, episode 114, with the big fight between Garp and Aokiji, or it had just gotten started is what had happened. Garp shows up to Hachinosu to save Kobe, and he cuts loose with his big signature attack, the Galaxy Impact. And I think at this point that scene is pretty famous. Like, I've seen a lot of other people watch that scene and they just totally mark out watching Garp blow away like an entire town with a single punch. But even though a lot of people love that scene, I had problems with it because it's so over the top, and granted that's why people love it, I think, but it just gets under my skin that it's so inaccurate to what happened in the manga, where if you've seen it, and maybe I should pull it up to show what I'm talking about. Let me just spend the primer that I already have on the brush before I do something else. Alright, let me see if I can find it. Oh no, it's freaking out. My mouse is starting to freak out, and I haven't used this mouse for very long. It's only been like, I don't know, 1 or 2 years. It's pretty early for it to start faltering, but it's doing weird stuff where it just loses its grip. Where I'm trying to click and drag something and instead it clicks on it. Or it'll stop dragging it right in the middle of me trying to drag it. And it's getting on my nerves. Let's see here. Oh boy. not that. No, 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 no. No. What are you doing? And that's another thing. Maybe it's just because I don't have my mouse pad, but it's getting really like slip and slidey over here. Like it's going all over the place. Where now it's clicking and dragging unintentionally. What? Oh no, I clicked on the wrong folder. That's what it was. So confused. What chapter was that? With the big fight. Okay, no, not here. Because I've got that page, that specific page saved somewhere. I just don't remember where it is. No, that's too far back. That's like Luffy and Zoro versus the Seraphim. Okay, no, it's this one. This one right here, and I've got like the copyright filter up, just because I'm nervous about just showing pages from the manga. But this is chapter 1080. If you go back and look at that, like this is what Galaxy Impact really looks like. Garp throws a punch and a big shock wave comes out and it like smashes a bunch of buildings. Compare that to the anime, and I'm not going to show the anime because Toei is like infamous for their copyright abuse. So I don't even want to show like even the tiniest clip of the anime on this channel for fear of copyright. I mean, you remember what they did to Totally Not Mark. Those guys are ruthless. They're like the frickin' mafia. They've got a real racket. But in the anime, episode 114, Garp punches so hard that like a laser beam comes out of his fist and it blows up like a nuke and melts the buildings. He doesn't just smash them, he melts them. And it's this huge explosion, about twice the size of what you see here in this page. That's this massive, like life annihilating energy blast. And I mean, it looked cool, but like that kind of liberal approach to just radically changing the power levels because this is gonna look really cool, people are gonna mark out when they see this, that always bothers me. I prefer to be more accurate to the manga because now there are these wild expectations from anime only One Piece fans that Garp is going to be way stronger than he actually is, which he's not. I mean, no one's really impressed by a One Piece character's ability to like break inanimate objects in the first place. I mean, people do it all the time. Luffy's already destroyed a town on his own. Zoro's already done it. Like, it's just not a feat anymore. Busting up, like beating up buildings in One Piece is not a feat. I know this sounds crazy, but it's not. Like, tons of characters can do it. It's not special. So Toei deciding to change that scene from just admittedly a pretty big shockwave that destroys a big part of the town to a big nuclear blast that obliterates most of the town. It's not accurate, and it leads to false expectations. And it's really something I'd like to do a video about at some point, talking about all the crazy liberties that Toei has taken with One Piece, where and it really got bad in Wano, where characters will suddenly have auras when before they had none. Power levels will fluctuate wildly in accordance with like dramatic convenience. Weird things where it just seemed like Toei kind of misinterpreted what was going on in the manga and they made their own thing by accident. Lots and lots of weird, funny things going on in the anime over the years. And I feel like I want to talk about it at some point because it's always bothered me. I think the worst was when Punk Hazard was just getting started. And this is something where if you weren't looking for it, you would probably never notice it. But there's a moment where Law makes his room, like the really big room that he uses to chop up the Navy battleship, and then the Straw Hats show up. They see what's going on around them. They turn around and then they run away. In the manga, Law catches them while they're still in the room, and he uses his crazy personality swap ability, which is completely overpowered, and I can't figure out why he doesn't use it more. But in the anime, when they're running away, without closing the room he had already made, he makes another room and then uses that room to swap their personalities, which is something that, as far as I can tell, is not something Law can even do. He can't make more than one room at a time. That is completely unprecedented. There's no point in the entire manga where Law has made more than one room at a time. And understanding the limitations of a character's powers is really fundamental to being able to follow the action in any given scene. The fact that Toei just made that up, this huge thing that totally changes how you understand Law's powers, that isn't even true, that always bothered me. Because it comes up later, again in the Wano arc, where Law does this frankly impossible thing where he chops up Misery with his powers. Even though Misery is like this elemental being made out of fire and lightning, he just chops her or them. It's like a mix of like a male and a female entity. He like chops them in half with a sword, even though they're not in a room. He doesn't use his radio knife ability that lets him chop up like intangible objects. He doesn't do any of that. He just uses a regular sword attack, and that somehow cleaves in half this thing that's made out of fire and lightning. And I got into like this big argument with a guy online where it's like maybe he made another room, and I tried to tell him he can't do that. He can only have one room at a time, and the guy was like, maybe he's in the room, and I'm like, he's clearly not. You can see from this perspective shot that the room is behind him. He's not inside it, and you don't hear him say radio knife the way you normally would when he uses radio knife. It's like, everything indicates that what he's doing is impossible, but he's doing it anyway. And it's one of the big plot holes in Wano that has always bothered me. It's never explained. How Law is able to cut something that's made out of fire and lightning without using his devil fruit powers, without really doing anything other than swinging at it with a perfectly normal sword. That to me was just such a slipshod cop-out to a situation that was otherwise, like, impossible. Like, Law should have lost that fight, but Oda just like BS's him out of it. I mean, I may be a fan of One Piece, but I can recognize clear and obvious writing issues when they happen right in front of me. And that to me was one of the darkest times of One Piece. Is just the time when that scene lived rent-free in my head, and it still does to some point, where I just pour over it over and over again, and I'm like, how could this possibly have happened? And every time the answer is it can't. It's just an error. It's just a straight up error. Oda wrote this and drew this without realizing that it didn't make any sense. And so that moment when Law makes two runes at the same time in the anime, that became relevant to this argument that I was having. So there are consequences to Toei just taking wild liberties with the source material. Making up crazy stuff that straight up did not happen. I'm trying to think of another time when that happened. I think at this point I've got good coverage on the top part. I just want to dry a little bit before I flip it over and I move on to the bottom part. Let's see here. You can see that there is this weird thing that the dragon is holding on to. It's got like a little... Can I pick this up? It's got like a little thing inside it that like rattles around, if you can see. I'm not really sure how I should approach that. I don't know how to paint the inside of this or paint the little ball that's rolling around inside. I'm either gonna like try and tackle that on my own time or just let it be. Oh my gosh, my nose is killing me. I've been sneezing a lot over the course of the past like couple days for whatever reason, and it's not because of the primer or the glue either. I was doing it before that, before I'd even cracked those open. How dry is this? Whatever. It's dry enough. Roll over and I don't know if you can see that. I know it kind of looks like blood, but it's whatever like weird finish they used on the wood to make it all like shiny and bright brown or whatever. I guess it rubbed off while I was applying the glue. trying to think of another time when Toei just ran amok. There was that one time where where again Wana's my go-to for like really bad writing problems, because I really don't like that arc. And it's even worse in the anime, if you can believe it. There's a part where Hawkins straight up says something that he did not say in the manga at all. Toei just made it up. Where initially Hawkins has that line where he says, I'm predicting the probability that a certain man will live to see tomorrow. And he said that that person's chance of surviving was 1%. And it's like, ooh, big mystery. I wonder who he's talking about. And it's not until much later, after the raid is finished, that we touch base with Hawkins about that moment. And he says, that person that I was talking about was actually me. And then he slumps down to the ground and is assumedly done for. Like, we saw Drake recently, and Drake has a Zoan Devil Fruit, ancient Zoan Devil Fruit, is, for that matter. So he's got a bit more survivability, but I think Hawkins might have actually bit the dust in that moment. We haven't seen him again. And I wouldn't mind if we didn't see him again, because I did not like... Not that I didn't like the character, I didn't like Oda's use of that character. He seemed like such a half-finished concept. Like, the way Oda admits that he came up with all the supernovas at the last minute before he started, like, coming up with the chapter in which they were all introduced, that really comes across with Hawkins, where he has this super complicated superpower that is never fully explained at any time. Even when he does try to explain it, there are huge, like, gaps and questions left unanswered. And, man, am I actually going to need a third coat? Maybe not, but wow. But in the anime, this is the thing that bothered me. In the anime, long before that scene happens, Hawkins straight up says, the man I was talking about is you, Drake. You have a 1% chance of surviving to see tomorrow. And I'm like, what the... Like, I'm trying to remember if the revelation took place before or after that episode came out. I want to say it took place after, but, like, why would you ever jump to conclusions? Why would you ever try to guess what the author's going to say next, instead of just holding your tongue and just writing based on the information you already have? Like that one time when Chopper took a second Rumble Ball during the Davy backfight arc, and that particular scene was not canon, and it took place before Oda established that taking a second Rumble Ball has negative side effects. Like, I don't necessarily begrudge Toei for that, because they couldn't have seen it coming. There was no... At the same time, there was no reason to assume that Oda was going to introduce the idea of there being negative side effects to taking too many Rumble Balls in a short period of time. But when Hawkins says, I predict that a certain person will have a 1% chance of surviving tonight, there's an expectation that at some point we're going to come back to that and learn who he was talking about. So when Toei decides that they're just gonna make up their own answer, that just seems so wild to me. And then it comes out that Hawkins was actually talking about himself, and Toei looked stupid for it. Another outstanding example to me is, once again, in the Wano arc. I want to say it was maybe 1 or 2 chapters after the concept of Ryo was introduced. That's about the time that Toei got to the episode where Luffy loses his cool and attacks Kaido for the first time in the town square. And it just seems so out of line to me, because before the concept of Ryo was even introduced in the anime, but after it had been introduced in the manga, that is the exact moment when Toei decided to start going wild with auras. Like, hey, this character's really angry. Let's put a big glowing aura around them to show how angry they are. And I'm watching it, and it's like, but Oda just introduced the idea that in One Piece there are auras, and they have a function. They've been codified. Auras are a thing now. They do something. Luffy has this big training arc where he learns how to make this aura around his fist so that he can beat up Kaido. But now you've introduced the idea that before Luffy even meets the person who's going to train him to use auras, he already has an aura. And it's like, why did you do that? Why did you wait until after Ryo was introduced and then be like, let's just start putting auras on everyone and everything? And there are definitely other One Piece fans like me who have been bothered by that. Bothered by the liberal use of auras in the One Piece anime. Because it just makes things more confusing. I watched that scene and I thought to myself, okay, so how are you going to differentiate this aura, which is just a frivolous creative liberty that you took, from the actual auras that actually exist in One Piece and actually do something? And I'm not sure that Toei has always done a good job of that, because there's no visual consistency. Like, an attack that was green in one episode will be red and purple in another, or maybe it'll be blue or yellow. There's no meaning to the use of color in the One Piece anime, and that confuses people so much, because again, anime only fans will try to read into that and say, oh, this attack has this color aura around it, maybe that means something. No, it doesn't. It never means anything. It's just Toei goofing around and doing their own thing. And that liberal use of color just winds up causing a lot of confusion. I don't see why I should have to explain to, like, one of the biggest animation companies in the world why use of color is important. How colors have meanings, and you should not use color frivolously. Colors have always been used to convey different ideas. But Toei doesn't do that. They just... Well, I'm not going to say they don't do that. They do. But then another animator will come along and display no comprehension of color theory. And it just becomes inconsistent. I don't know. Am I making any sense? Because I know there are a lot of people who don't want to hear this stuff. Or they think it's just nitpicking. But more than anything, they don't want to hear anyone say anything negative about One Piece. A lot of One Piece fans are very irrational in that regard. Where they become overly attached to One Piece. And they will go feral if you say anything negative about it. Like, any criticism, no matter how rational or reasonable or constructive, they'll just use it. They'll lose it. And they'll use all sorts of crazy, irrational arguments. Like, if you don't like it, then stop watching. Or I'd like to see you do better. Or like, just go back to watching Naruto or something. Like, I've heard a lot of silly reasons for why I can't criticize One Piece. I love it. But that doesn't mean that I think it's perfect or that it's above criticism. And there are people who don't get that. They cannot reconcile in their heads the ability to love something while still also having the ability to criticize it. Instead, they will tell you crazy things like, you're not a real One Piece fan if you don't love this stupid thing. Like, I love One Piece, so I'm gonna let this stupid thing slide. I love One Piece, so I'm gonna give this garbage writing a pass. Like, no. Like, the reason I love One Piece is because of all the moments where there are really good writing. And it's because of that good writing that I hold One Piece to a higher standard. So when there's writing in One Piece that I find to have a problem, I call it out. And other people don't like that. I like One Piece, and I like talking about One Piece, but I also acknowledge that there is a lot of I hate using this word, but a lot of toxicity in the One Piece fandom. There are so many One Piece fan groups on Facebook that I had to leave because my voice was not welcome there. I was treated like dirt. My posts were not being published, or my replies were being like auto filtered for silly reasons. It didn't matter how many times I read and reread the terms for the groups. Like I played by their rules and I still got shut down. And I couldn't make any sense of it. I couldn't see a reason why my posts and my replies and my content and inputs were not going through. And so I came to the natural conclusion that the people who were behind those fan groups were unreasonable. And so I had to leave. And unfortunately, that meant that that I didn't have a lot of people to talk to about One Piece. And that's part of the reason why I want to make this channel, actually, because now I have my own space that I get to control. Where One Piece fans that come in here, they can't shut me down the way they could when it was someone else's group. Now I have a space where people can say what they want no matter how contentious it is. Instead of everyone just trapping themselves in like a big hype echo chamber where all they do is talk about how great One Piece is and how there are no mistakes and it's just flawless writing from beginning to end, even though I don't think that's true. I mean, it's like I said, it is possible to love something while also acknowledging its faults. Did I get this part already? That doesn't look very good. You know, it doesn't help that there are also parts of the sculpture that are not well defined. Parts that did not get a lot of sculpting work. Where the shape of the dragon kind of gets lost. No, that's gonna need more. There we go. Oh man, my neck is starting to kill me again. I'm gonna have to crack my neck again in a little bit. Come on. Golly. So many little... I don't know if that comes across in the video at all, but there are lots of like little itty bitty spots where the paint is not getting in the way I want it to. And this could use more right here. This is probably going to be another thing like the other dragon sculpture where this might take more than one stream to get it the way I want it to be. I might have to take a break and just come back to this next week. And by then we'll have another One Piece chapter. And hopefully by then I'll have more patience, because my patience has been tested recently by my cat. Oh, let me. You're gonna want to see this. Oh, that was deep. Oh, oh. Yeah, my cat has been waking me up at night lately, just because he wants someone to play with or give him attention or like give him a snack or whatever. And it's been driving me crazy. Like, what night was that? I think that was like Thursday night when my cat woke me up at like 3 and I couldn't get back to sleep. So I was operating on maybe 5 hours of sleep. And then I stayed up until almost 2:30. So I was up for almost 24 hours straight. The only time when I've been up for longer was when I went with my friend and his friends to Anime Week in Atlanta back when we were in college. And we decided to drive all night and then pick up some Waffle House at like 6 o'clock in the morning and head directly to the con. And I got back to the hotel room at like, I don't know, sometime between 6 and 9. It was a long time ago, so I don't even really remember anymore. But that was a long, long day. The longest that I've ever stayed up. Let's see. Is this... How dry is this? This is still clearly very wet. I don't know. I don't know if I should start painting this yet. You know what? The paint will help cover up a lot of this. I just remembered I don't have any water. Like, not drinking water, like water for painting. So I'm going to have to go fetch some. Paper towels. I got plenty of paper towels. There we go. Paper towels. It's all curly. It wants to flip up. Oh. Speaking of drinking water. No, I got plenty of drinking water. I'll be right back. I gotta rinse this out too. So, just a couple minutes. Okay, we're back in. And I got my water now. I like using these really ugly ass glasses for painting because sure as heck not gonna drink from them. It's actually getting a little chilly. I need to turn the fan down. And I gotta start mixing up some paint. Let's see. Because the plan is to do this dragon up in the classic, Cross H Productions colors. So like azure, and then nice golden yellow, ruby red, and seafoam green. So I'm thinking like azure scales, white fur, red spine, and he's got like an underbelly here, like a golden underbelly, and green eyes. And we're gonna make like the weird jewel thing that he's holding, like a big emerald. And yeah, I think that'll do. So let's whip this out. And there's still some old paint stuck in here. Let's see. I don't want to use that one. I use this one. This brush is kind of crappy. I think it might be at the end of its lifespan. You see how like frayed and inconsistent it is. So red, and then we want it a little more, just a little more blue than that. I don't want to use actual blue though, because if you remember, I think that was like my first painting stream when I tried to make purple with red and blue, and it just was not coming out the way I wanted it at all. It was just super messed up, and for some reason the camera's not focusing. There we go. That's better. But yeah, trying to make purple with just regular red and blue, it was coming out super duper dark. And I don't know if purple's right. Let me try mixing in a little pink. If it'll ever come out. Yeah. That's a nice sound right there. Very graceful. Okay, more. Like a lot more. That's actually a very weak color. Well, let's see. I don't know. That's like a very... I don't know. That's a little too light. What if I try just a little... Whoa. Okay, that's... Purple's getting squirrely on me. That is super runny. That's almost like watercolors. What is this stuff made out of? Okay, careful. Careful. There we go. Okay, I could use a little more than that. 2 drops. See how that does? And it's just getting eaten up. That's not... That color's not coming across at all. 1, 2, 3. It's tough. I'm not quite getting it the way I want it to be. Oh, come on. The pink is too thick and the purple's too thin. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that's... I think that's a little better. Because it's not just a... Oh, and I need to be careful not to whack the mic with my brush. But that, I think, is a little better, because the Cross Age Productions red is not a straight red. It's got a teeny bit of blue in it. Now let's see what else. Can we? I gotta get that purple out of there because I want to use those spaces. Paper towel. There we go. It's actually started raining outside. Oh yeah, that was another like factor, was the big tropical storm that came through. Because I'm in the southeast U.S., so we had to deal with, what was it called, like Debbie or whatever. Yeah, Little Debbie, Large Deborah, and that was another thing that kind of tripped everyone up. It was just as school's trying to get started, all of a sudden we've got a tropical storm. That. Come on. There we go. And then this. More paper towels. It's still got a lot of red in it. Oh my gosh, I gotta sneeze again. But usually when I say I have to sneeze, that means that I don't sneeze. Drives me crazy. Ugh. Ugh. But yeah, I think the red is good to go. Oh my gosh. And I've been getting nosebleeds too. I had like a massive nosebleed in the middle of the night a couple days ago. Here we... Oh no. Oh, that's nasty. That looks like uncooked egg. There we go, that's better. Ew. And that, again, it's not a pure yellow. It needs just a tiny bit of red to really do it for me. Maybe one more. Now it's looking a lot like mac and cheese. Yeah, no, that was too much. That was one drop too much. Like, I tried to get just one more drop, but I actually got like two. So, Ah, man. Seriously? Oh my gosh. My white shirt. No. I gotta put on a crappy shirt. It's bad. Oh, looks like mustard. Why did I start painting while I was wearing a white shirt? Wait, there's a little bit of red there, but I mean, that's not a big deal. Alright, hold on a second. I gotta put on a different shirt. Different pants, too. Let's go to intermission. Well, I put on something that's a little more appropriate for painting. There we go. I think this will do nicely. I mean, I'm not going to be too bothered if this gets some paints on it. I mean, it's a Power Rangers shirt, so it's already pretty colorful. At the same time, this shirt is kind of on its last legs. It's feeling pretty gnarly. I used to wear this shirt a lot when I used to work at the factory. And just gray shorts. I'm not too worried about what happens to them. I don't have any, like, trashy, like, painting shorts. And, get off. I forgot that yellow does this. It, like, boogers up. Like, There we go. But I think I got my yellow the way I wanted to. That's a much more rich color, I feel, than just the old straight yellow. And I gotta put this water over to the side because my computer tower is right here, and I'm so nervous about spilling water right down into my nice, like, $3,000 computer. Was it three? I think it might actually be more. I think it might be more like 4,000. And of course, it has a fan right on the top, so nice pasta strainer for all the paint laden water to go right through and ruin everything. Now we want some seafoam green. There we go. You know, it says, like, bright blue, bright yellow, bright red. You expect them to just be primary colors, but this is not a pure blue. It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's got some green in it. But let's try and bring out a little more green. And hopefully not get any more nasty paint boogers. And oh yes, this is the problem. The problem is that trying to mix anything with this blue, it always comes out darker than you really want it to be. Like a lot darker. I mean, you see the green that I have for my channel. That's a super bright, vibrant green. I could try mixing in some white, but usually it feels like white just makes it more pale. Oh, and I gotta make sure to shake this up too, or it's just gonna come out all eggy like the other ones. If it ever comes out at all. Now this is courting disaster, but let's shake this upside down. And hopefully it doesn't rocket out all over me. Dang. The white's actually looking pretty tapped. I'm running out there. That's... Hey, you know what? That's actually not turning out that bad. I mean, it still needs more yellow. Right now it's looking like a... Like these two colors next to each other are looking like Jacksonville Jaguars colors. There we go. More yellow. I think the hue is where we want it to be, but it still needs to be lighter. Come on. Come on. Get out here. Another paint bugger. And don't splatter all over me either. I gotta hold it like right next to the tray so it doesn't just go everywhere. Oh my gosh, am I actually completely out of white? I mean, I guess if I really got to, I can just use the primer and it's basically the same thing, but... Yeah, I think that might be it. That might be it for the white paint. I've had these paints for such a long time. Years and years and years. Now we... Ooh. Oh, that's actually... Oh. That's turning out pretty good. Yeah, look at that. That came out way better than I expected. Although that specific green really reminds me of the green monkeys from Legends of the Hidden Temple. That's looking really good. I like that. I'm a big fan of bright, vibrant colors. Anytime I design anything, color is typically one of my biggest priorities. It's one of the first things I think about. First, what colors do I want to use, and then what do I want to do with them? And I really struggled with trying to figure out what colors I wanted to use on this. Because... this is gonna sound very strange, but even though I like the red and sort of cyan color combination, I don't like having them touch directly. I like having another lighter color in between, like white or yellow or something like that. There we go. And uh-oh. I don't know. Again, it needs a little more green. Just a little more. Well, I said a little more. That's a lot, but that's the thing with yellow. It's weak like that. Uh-oh. That still might have been too much. Okay, all out of white. Gonna have to resort to the primer. I hope. Come on. Oh, it's so thick. And the blue is so powerful. It's hard to lighten it up. There we go. Big glob of white. Or what passes for white. Is this white? Quick drying, bright white matte finish. I guess it is white. Is there any difference between primer and just regular white paint? I've never understood that. See, this is the problem with white, is it doesn't make things brighter, it makes them more pale. I'm just not quite entirely sold on this color. Need more. Whoa. Careful there. Needs more of this. Ooh. I think I nailed it. I think. And now we're getting to the problem where, like, overcorrecting and adding too much paint just causes you to have a whole mess of paint. I mean, this is the color I'm going to be using the most. This is my favorite color. So, I suppose it's not too bad. Man, the big paint boogers. Come on. There. Okay, I think that'll suffice. Now let's... Where to start? Well, here's where we start. We move all this stuff out of the way. All of it. There, now I can't get to my mouse. Perfect. Oh no, there's specks of paint all over the table. Yeah, thankfully this is where my big old mouse pad goes, so like even if getting it off is easier said than done. Like, at least I can just cover it up. But, uh-oh, I'm starting to run out of paper towels, too. Now we can bring this up. And, ooh, keep this under the paint, please. Thank you. How do I want to do this? I gotta pick my entry point. Because this is weird. There are parts that have the main and parts that don't. And then there are parts that have like fuzz on them because the paper towel is getting stuck. So that's great. I think this is as good a place as any. Ooh. Okay, no, maybe not. That's still really green. I want it to be blue. Blue, blue, blue. Okay, well now it's looking very similar to how it looked at the beginning. I'm trying not to spill it over into the green. That would be bad. But, okay, that's better. Great, just started painting and it's already gone awry. I should change the text. Although now I'm doing it one-handed. Let's... paint. Whoops. There we go. Okay, whoop. It's dripping. It's very bad. While the rain is coming down. I sure hope we don't lose power. That would be a bad. Go. Oh man, trying to paint this at different angles is going to be harder than I thought. It was easy when I was just basting the whole thing in white. But now I see that trying to do the whole thing and be careful about it and not paint the wrong things, the wrong colors, is tough. That's really tough. This is way harder. I don't even remember how much I paid for this thing. I think it was like $90 or something. Again, from a local artist. Probably use a better brush than this, because like I said, this one is not thriving right now. Man, can you guys hear that? It is really coming down. I just opened up the window, or opened up the blinds, I should say. There we go. Let's try this instead. You know, this is still pretty... I don't know. This is still pretty green. But maybe once I throw the other colors on, it'll look better. Because when I see them next to each other like this, it looks good. This definitely has more surface area than the old dragon sculpture. There we go. I know it's a little hard to see what I'm doing right now, but I'm not really sure what to do. It's hard to get coverage of this and then I'll also still hold it at an angle where I can actually paint it and know what I'm doing. There we go. Man, such a bummer that we don't have One Piece this week. Although there is the what's it called? The One Piece Day? I mean, it's called One Piece Day. It takes place over several days. Ooh. I bet you heard that. Don't be surprised if this stream cuts out abruptly. I actually don't know what'll happen if you know that happens. Think, oh man, is it 3 o'clock already? The last time I checked it was 1:45. Time really flies. If the stream does cut out, I'll just save this for next stream. Because I've got other stuff I need to do. Like I said, I need to edit and continue prepping for reinstalling Windows. I gotta take note of a bunch of stuff that I'm gonna have to re-download, like drivers and stuff. There we go. Now you can see a little bit of what's going on. It actually looks better on stream than it does in real life, I think. Well, get up in there. In there. Trying to paint in this little cave here. Can I tilt this up so you see what I look like right now? I look like a little gremlin. A little gremlin, as Iron Mouse would call it. Which, speaking of VTubers, there still hasn't been any justice for Taiga. I mean, I saw another thing talking about how Nuxtaku screwed him over. It'd be nice if Taiga could just get everything back. And not just get everything back, but if he could, like, if there was any way to bring him back to the old happy Taiga instead of the current constantly depressed Taiga that he is now. It's sad to see him like that. It's sad to see when an innocent person is just constantly abused. So, hashtag justice for Taiga on Twitter if you want to support him. And for anyone who's a stranger to that situation, that's a VTuber where, like, there was like a stalker who was into him. He had mods who were into them, and like he wasn't playing nice with them at all. So they formed what was basically like their own little Legion of Doom or League of You, like basically like their own little Legion of Doom to try and ruin his life, and they spread awful rumors about him. And now he's getting deplatformed. And I feel really bad for the guy. I hope he doesn't give up. Yo, that rain though, it's really popping off now. Again, if the stream cuts out all of a sudden, don't be surprised. And if that does happen, we'll save this for another stream. This is actually worse than when the tropical storm came through. The tropical storm Debbie was actually like super weak sauce. There we go. Man, I was so busy with everything else that I barely had time to advertise this stream. That's why I did the secret stream thing at first. Was just because I was so waylaid by everything that had gone on that Friday that I could not be bothered to even like put together a thumbnail or a channel description or anything. So I just listed it as a secret stream. Or a mystery stream, rather. And just said, I'll deal with it tomorrow. There we go. Actually... Ah! Dang. I didn't smear the paint, did I? Whatever, it's fine. I'm actually unsure what to do with the claws, because his hands or claws, whatever you call them, they have a different texture. I'm not sure what color I wanna do them. I think I want to save that for last. And I'll just figure it out based on what other colors are around it. There we go. That's better. It wasn't really coming together for a little while there until I added some more paint further down. And I should move the camera back down. Started coming together into, like, I don't know, an actual shape. I'm not sure how to put it. Like, just putting more color in a key area suddenly brought a lot more definition to this area. The scales are coming out okay, but I'm not sure if I want them all to be one color. Or if I want the tips of the scales to be like another brighter color to try and highlight it, like the way the other dragon sculpture was. But that's a lot more work. I don't know if I'm down for that. Thankfully, this is working out. I was worried that I had not put down enough primer. And there's a little overpaint there. That kind of sucks. Okay, maybe I made too much blue paint after all. But I just wasn't quite getting the blue that I wanted. And even now, I'm not entirely sure. You know what? There, that's actually better. I was apprehensive about doing this painting project, and not just because it's hard, but because I genuinely did like the way that the sculpture was before. But I kept thinking to myself, like, maybe I can make it even cooler if I give it a little paint job. And you know, you can't always advance in life by doing nothing. So I decided to take a little risk and do something a tad more challenging. It's turning out better than I thought, but worse than I'd hoped. In there. Get all up in there. All up in that tail area. Don't take that out of context. I swear this has been one of the rainiest summers ever. Like, we've had rainstorms that put Tropical Storm Debbie to shame. Just regular random rainstorms, worse than tropical storms. Trying to apply this blue paint all over this sky reminds me of the time I tried to apply, like, blue hair dye to myself by using OBS as a weird sideways mirror. I'm getting blue paint where I don't want it. Get up in there. It takes a lot of poise and concentration to hold my arm like this. I feel like I'm just gonna whip my arm out and smack the microphone. Getting into this little area is difficult. I feel like I'm gonna accidentally paint his horn. Here we go. I'm probably gonna have to do like the other dragon sculpture and come in with a darker blue to try and give this some shadows and some definition. Or you know what? Actually, I think I want to do like straight black shadows and have like really dramatic block shading. Like if you've ever seen those sculptures or even some cosplays where they try to make it look exactly like it does in the manga, and they just have like big jet black block shadows, like that's always super cool looking to me. So I think I want to do that. I want to try and make this dragon look animated, or not really animated, but like illustrated. That's the word I'm looking for. It's gonna be different from the last dragon sculpture in that sense. This is like the old one was relatively soft, the way it was all colors and then some white. This one's gonna have some black to it. Hmm. There we go. Uh-oh. Hey, I just noticed something funny about this stream. Because I'm looking at the timeline, and it goes all the way back to shut up! Don't interrupt me, stupid thunder. It goes all the way back to 1 a.m. Did I accidentally schedule this stream for 1 a.m.? No, it says 1 p.m. right there. So why does the timeline go all the way back to 1 a.m.? That doesn't make sense. I thought the timeline was supposed to start when the stream starts. Oh. There are some very fine details to this, like parts of the sculpture that are hard to reach that I might have to do off stream, because they're going to be really tedious and honestly probably very boring to watch. You know, implying this isn't boring already. Like, I don't know if this is what many people would consider cool, exciting, riveting content, but like, screw it. I'm gonna do my own thing and just hope for the best. I mean, that's really what this channel was about, was just me doing things that I like to do and hoping there's an audience for it. Just sort of sharing my experience with anime and video games and Magic the Gathering and painting stuff. I think I said at the beginning there was gonna be MTG content, and there probably still will be, but none yet. There will be though, so look forward to that. It's just, I don't know. MTG is a very expensive hobby, and I'm not trying to take on too many expenses right now. There we go. See what I mean? I keep saying that. I keep saying there we go, there we go. I keep catching myself saying that. That's probably very annoying. Not entirely sure how the face is going to come out yet. I'm kind of going to play that by ear. But so far, it's just been the blue paint. I should move on to the red soon. Here. I'll get this arm right here, and that's probably going to be the last blue paint that I throw down for a while. I want to move on to something else. This is very soothing, I gotta admit. Just painting this dragon sculpture with the soft sound of rain in the distance. Oh, and I missed a big spot there. And there. There. That'll do just fine, I think. Oh, there's too much paint there. We gotta clean that up. There. That'll do for now. I think. Are there any other spots I missed? Well, I mean, there definitely are, but whatever. Let's throw down some red. Some nice ruby red. Oh, there's still a lot of blue on there. Get off. Get off. Don't tell me the water's getting saturated already. I just started. Or it feels like it just started. Golly, almost another half hour's flown by again. And this isn't like streaming in the summer. I gotta wake up early in the morning now. Ooh, before I forget, I don't remember if I showed this off, but I got some neat stuff in the mail. These are some, if I can whip them out. There's the cable for it. But I got these neat little spotlights. So if you see my cube storage over here, I'm gonna put some spotlights over some of the autographs I have. And other stuff too, try and make it look nice. And then I also want to transition into console gaming at some point, so I went ahead and picked up an HDMI switcher to try and make it a little more convenient. I might be getting ahead of myself though. I mean, if I can't even figure out PC streaming, maybe I need to curb my enthusiasm on trying to figure out console streaming. Let's see. Ooh. I think I had a little bit of a vision for what I want to do with the spikes to make them a little more interesting. I won't give it away just yet. You'll see it in action later. For now, let's get this paint. Ooh. I actually like leaving a little bit of a white line there. I don't know if I can keep doing that, but I'll try. Oh, that's actually coming out really good. I like how that's turning out. There we go. Yeah, this ain't so bad. For now. But I gotta paint the sides of the spines as well. Wow, this red turned out way better than I thought it would. I was struggling with it at first, but now it's really popping. There we go. It's a little thin though. Might actually need another layer or another coat, whatever you want to call it. I have an appreciation for all colors, but if I had to pick my least favorite color, it would probably be red, just because I'm so used to seeing it everywhere. I feel like it's a very overplayed color. I, I even feel like it's probably a lot of people's default favorite colors before they, like when they're kids, before they actually think about what their favorite color is. My favorite color used to be green until I realized that there were more tints and hues of blue that I liked versus tints and hues of red. Or not red, green. But now it's kind of changed again to where now I have an appreciation for all the different kinds of green. It's just red where you see it everywhere. To me, that was always the major failing of costume design for a lot of superhero movies. Uh, like, if anyone remembers the costume design for Captain America Civil War, the whole point of that movie is a conflict between two sides, and both sides are red. That does not seem like good use of color to me. How about drawing some actual contrast? I don't know what it is about Hollywood. It's almost like they're afraid of the color blue. Just quite the opposite of the way it used to be. I mean, I wasn't around for it, but I remember hearing about the Red Scare where there was the big witch hunt for communists during the Cold War, and it used to be that saying your favorite color was red was considered a no pun intended, but a red flag. Like, oh, your favorite color is red, you must be a communist. And even DC movies too. They do it too. I mean, we all remember what Superman looked like at the height of Zack Snyder's popularity, where it was like red and gray. There wasn't even any blue in his costume at all, and I cannot figure out why. Is blue just considered like a silly color? Like people won't take our work seriously if our characters are blue? I mean, I didn't go watch the Blue Beetle movie, so maybe I did kind of unintentionally confirm that assumption. Speaking of which, I am still really waiting for DC to announce a Static movie. That guy's costume is like blue and yellow, which is very different. I mean, for superhero movies it is. I know in superhero comics and shows and whatever, there's outfits of all colors, but for whatever reason, Hollywood just wants everyone to wear red costumes. They don't want to do blue. They may want to do a little bit of yellow. But anytime there's blue in a superhero's costume, it's always super duper downplayed. Like, who is it in Hollywood that has like a vendetta against the color blue? Oh, do you think it's politically motivated? Like, oh, blue equals, but no, Democrats are like, I don't even want to get into this. Forget I even said it. I don't want to open that can of worms. Here, see, this is turning out okay. For whatever reason, though, on camera, it looks very different. Very different, very strange. You know, maybe I don't want this to be white. Maybe I want this to be yellow. I feel like that would be a little more interesting. I'm not sure. Maybe once I've finished doing what I want to do with these spines, then I'll make up my mind. Because we still got a ways to go. I just looked at the clock again. I expected it to say like 6 o'clock or something. It just seems like over the course of what feels like a very short stream, time is just flying by. And the rain is still going strong. Oh my gosh. My neck again. Hold on, let's get the oh, uh-oh. I accidentally left my closet door open. I mean, not that it really matters. There's not much to see there. It's just drawers and stuff. Okay, let's get the next snap cam going again. That was my elbow. You know, I'm just noticing there's this window in OBS that I've never used, Elements Control Center. Maybe I should try playing with that at some point. I don't even know what it does. But here, now the spines are getting really big. And so it's easier to paint. It doesn't take as much of a steady hand. I do not have steady hands, which is ironic considering I love painting. I mean, hey, I guess you don't have to be good at something to enjoy it, huh? The blue I'm still a little iffy about, but I am quite happy with how the red turned out. The red. If I can just put a little bit of red in here so you can see the difference. Oh yeah, very different. You can see how just the straight red is almost like an orange red. Oh, I got something in my eye. I'm always a little nervous about trying to rub my eyes or get something out of my eyes ever since last year when I was working at the pizzeria, and I don't know what happened, but I must have touched something really bad. And then I tried rubbing my eyes and I gave myself pink eye. That was a brutal time. I think that was about the time that I like took a bad stepping out like into the shower and super busted my toe to where I was bleeding under the nail. And I mean, yeah, that probably sounds gross. You gotta imagine what it was like when I was living through it. Even more gross. See, the way that it's all like the white bits just make it look like it's unfinished. I feel like I want to make the main yellow instead, so that it actually looks painted. I'm not entirely comfortable with it just being white now, unless, well, I'll figure out what to do with the claws later. The claws were the only part of the dragon where I did not have a firm vision for how I wanted them to look. And oh man, now trying to get in here and get them painted is super hard. Well, not super hard, I'm doing it, but harder than you'd like. This red almost looks like lipstick. There we go. And more tight spaces that are hard to paint in. Yeah, but we're almost done with the spines. Actually, it didn't take as long as I thought it would. Maybe this could use another layer. I don't really want to do that, but it's looking a little thin in some parts. I know that doesn't come across entirely on stream, but it's looking a little streaky, and I'm not sure if I'm entirely comfortable with that. Every time I try to move this, I gotta make sure I don't have paint on my hands. And every time I turn it around, there's more flecks of yellow paint that I didn't notice. I hate how handling that yellow paint is like handling a freaking hand grenade where it just explodes everywhere. There we go. There's a certain satisfaction to not having to deal with the nitty gritty and just having big, bold strokes like this. Oh yeah, that's good. It's really good. And then up under here. That's good. Yeah, that's good. I've got some interesting ideas for what to do with the mouth too. Don't take that out of context. It would be neat if I could like paint some flames in here. Hmm. 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 Ooh, you know what? If I if I made most of the main yellow, but I left a little white line so it looks like a lightning bolt. That would be cool. I think I'd like that. Yeah. Well, while the red dries, I think I'll move on to green. I'll throw down on some green here. I'll paint the big jewel he's holding. There we go. I should actually move this too. Don't want to put the water next to all my brand new electronics that I just got. Or not really electronics. What would you call that? The little spotlights I got. Electrical appliances, devices. Here we go. The difficulty of capturing the painting as it's happening is dawning on me. Because when it was mostly flat, it was easy to capture it on camera. The way it is now, not so much. And I'm seeing that I missed a spot with the priming. And I also accidentally painted the underside of his, like, neck. And, ooh, that's a tight fit. I'm going to have to lift this up a little bit to get in there. Oh, there goes the lightning. I actually thought that was going to be way louder because I thought it was super close. In here. You know, as a kid, I was always really fascinated by gemstones and crystals and stuff like that. I used to collect rocks and stuff. Like, when me and my parents would go up north through the mountains, and they had, like, souvenir shops, my parents would always pick me up, like, cool rocks like pyrite or quartz or whatever. I just liked, like, really shiny, colorful stuff. To the point where my parents would, I forget what it was called, but it was like that brand of learning materials for children. And they got me, like, a little interactive software that was all about rocks and minerals and whatever. And I used to have boxes full of different little crystals or whatever. And that box was getting pretty heavy. It must have been like I don't know, like 10 pounds by the time I was done with it. The coolest to me was The Rescuers, the Disney movie The Rescuers, when the big MacGuffin everyone was after was the Devil's Eye diamond, and it was the super flashy, like it was all pink and purple and green and all sorts of crazy colors. That always looked super cool to me. I wonder if maybe I should add some of that to this here. Super underrated Disney movie, I find. I feel like that's my experience with Disney in a nutshell, is I tend to latch onto the movies that are super underrated. Like Fantasia or Sword in the Stone. For whatever reason, I didn't like Beauty and the Beast, and I didn't like Peter Pan. And, you know, I wasn't that big a fan of The Little Mermaid either, but that was mostly because I was so sick of the little Under the Sea show tune that they would play for kids whenever they needed babysitting. I mean, by the time I was 6, I had already heard that song enough for several lifetimes. Wow. Applying a thin coat to this is actually working out great because it's making it brighter. Sheesh. Great conditions for streaming, right? Big booming lightning interrupting me constantly. There we go. That's another there we go right there. I keep doing it to myself. And missed a spot there. And there. And there. And a little bit there. Lots of missed spots there. There, that should do it. Okay, and as long as we're down here, I guess I might as well start painting the underbelly. Well, I think the worst of it might finally be over. Man, the blue is really soaked in there. Like I said, it's a very strong color. Okay, there we go. Now we can start throwing down on this yellow. There we go. A yellow-bellied dragon. Don't let the yellow belly fool you. This dragon is quite brave. And after I get him painted, I gotta talk to a glass cutter about. I talked about this last time. I want to have like a little glass rectangle to sit on top. So I can put something on top of the dragon, like on a video game controller or jewelry or something. there I go again with another there you go. But now I'm considering, like, I'm reconsidering painting the mane to be yellow. Because, like, the belly's yellow and then the mane is yellow and they're right next to each other. I don't know. That might be a little weird. I'll have to consider my options there. I had somewhat of an idea for how I wanted this to turn out, and some parts I think I'm just gonna have to figure out as I paint this. I mean, like I said, the stream wasn't planned too far in advance. I was too busy thinking about other things to think about what I want my next stream to be about. And again, no One Piece, so... There you go. Golly, I'm driving myself nuts with that. I keep catching myself saying the same thing over and over again. I have to mentally train myself out of that. Okay, maybe the worst isn't over after all. This... Oh man, I can't get in there. There's a spot there that's really hard to reach. Especially with this tiny little brush. And I accidentally painted something yellow, but it was something I was going to paint yellow anyway. So that works out. Oops. Getting a little overzealous here. I forgot to take a picture of the dragon before I started painting it. It's a bit of a bummer. You know what though? This reminds me of a really cool like Lego dragon someone made. That I have a picture of it somewhere. I ought to show that off. On my computer, I have huge folders full of just, I don't know, cool stuff to inspire me. So, like, let's see. Like, check that out, how cool that looks. And I'm just now realizing that the size of the screen is not the way I want it to be. Now I remember, I made it. Oh. I remember now I made it bigger to obscure the really obnoxious ads that were all over the screen when I was trying to read One Piece. There we go. Look at that. Look how cool that is. I'd buy that set in a heartbeat. Although I misremembered the yellow gold, whatever you want to call it, is on top. I thought it was on his belly. Okay, the top of this is dry enough, so now I can turn this over. There, that's easier to see, isn't it? Sort of. Oh man, am I starting to get hungry again already? I feel like I just ate. I remember when I thought I was gonna lose power during the tropical storm. I got some raspberry Pop Tarts as rations. I think I already tore through all those. I was starting to tear through them before the tropical storm had even hit. Man, now Pop Tarts are garbage, but I just can't help myself. It was funny watching that one video where it's like American food from other countries, and it shows what I think is the British American section of a grocery store, and it's got like it's like A1 sauce and Pop Tarts and Lucky Charms, and it's like, how did they get into my pantry? I felt my privacy being violated as I looked at that grocery store section, which is nothing strange in Britain if you've seen that. I think as Mongold's clip channel uploaded it recently, like him witnessing someone being arrested for a mean thing that they said on Facebook or whatever. And like, I'm sorry, Britain, but I cannot take you seriously after that. You're really gonna arrest people over that? That's ridiculous. There is no such thing as free speech in Britain. That's the kind of country I want to visit the least. That's why I can never visit China. I'd be arrested on the spot. Just for my wild takes. There's some scales here that I didn't paint, but that's because they were on the bottom. Same here. I'll have to go back over those. Once more. See, here in this area, like, the dragon loses its shape, and it's hard to tell what details are which. It starts to become ambiguous. They didn't really sculpt this part. This yellow could use another coating for sure. This is looking rough. It's super duper streaky. Super streaky and messy. That's probably going to be something I'm going to have to do off stream, because no one wants to see me just throw another coat of paint onto the thing I already painted. I think what I'm going to have to do for these parts that aren't painted or aren't sculpted very well is just cover them in shadow to make up for how ambiguous they are. Because like I'm having trouble telling how this part of the belly flows into this part of the belly. Almost like the dragon twists at some point. Well, it doesn't very much look like it. It's almost like the belly turns into the back and vice versa. There's some very funny stuff going on there. I'm not entirely sure I understand. And oh my gosh, I way over primed that. There's a huge glob of primer right here. Now, bad enough that I'm having a hard time making heads or tails of the details on this part of the sculpture. It's also just hard to paint in general. Because it's all tucked away in there. Although I don't think the person who made the sculpture ever expected anyone to paint it. It's all twisted up here. Oh, ew. Should not have done that. Wait, what? There we go. Yeah, it seems like it twists around here. It's hard to figure out. I'm gonna paint it for yellow now. I might paint it over with black later. I gotta do like this. I gotta lean way back like my dad to try and figure out my way into this little crevice here. Man, getting the paint evenly distributed in these circumstances is very difficult. There are even parts where I'm having trouble telling what I'm looking at all. There we go. I think that's about enough yellow for now. I should probably switch back to blue and touch up on some of these parts that I missed. There, now I can get this part. And this part. You gotta like lord over it like this. And I gotta go back and forth to get it under the scales too. Ooh, that effect is kind of cool looking, if you can see that. How it gets lighter right here. That's kind of neat. Maybe that's something I should have thought of earlier. But I mean, this isn't really something that I can practice in advance. There, and needs more blue down here. Yeah, this is definitely going to be something that I'm going to have to come back to in a later stream. Because... what the... Getting a little confused here. It's all twisty, topsy-turvy. Now I'm back to not knowing what it is that I'm painting. Think like this. And then like this. Well, now that it's turned upside down, I'm losing track of what part is what. I'm getting disoriented. I don't know what part of this dragon I'm painting now. It's all twisty, topsy-turvy. Okay, yeah, that's supposed to be the belly, so that actually needs more yellow. Give me this. Oh, careful. I almost accidentally switched scenes. Fortunately, getting the blue out of this is very difficult. Because again, strong color. Okay, there, I think I did a better job this time. Or maybe not. Maybe I still suck at it. Okay, lots of crate. There's still lots of blue here. But I can't figure out how to like get it out. Again, I'm kind of losing my sense of which part of this dragon I'm painting. It twists and turns too much for me to tell one end of the dragon from another. And, oh, I forgot to put blue here. How did I miss that? Well, now I gotta take the yellow out and put blue on there again. Although I shouldn't have done that, because soon I'm gonna have to paint the other side of this dragon around the face area, and then it's gonna be yellow again. Some blue on this ridge here, and down under here, and well, now that the underside's all wet, I can't turn it over. So now what? Oh, more blue down here, because I gotta get it all around his legs. More blue here. Yep, that's good. I can grab it like this and kind of admire it. Yeah, look at how white it is on the top. That doesn't look very finished at all. I think that is going to need a lot of work. Trying to figure it out. There should be blue in his face here. That's what I'm feeling. Because there's not enough blue on his face. So let me start by putting some blue on his cheeks. And under his eyes. On his jaw. Whew. You know, I almost said it. I almost said it again, but I caught myself this time. should also be blue. The face has a lot of detail, which is kind of nice, but maybe it has a little too much detail compared to the belly, which does not have a lot of detail at all. Blue lips. Blue nose, like Chopper. Well, I mean, kind of. Blue nostrils, but red bridge. On where he has his beard, I made use of that thing that I discovered where it kind of, well, the camera's not being nice, but it kind of like fades out into white. Although I did kind of decide that I wanted it to be yellow instead. Whew. Missed a little bit there. I think at this point I'm ready to start adding a lot more yellow. Well, I say a lot more, but maybe not too much, because I don't want to run into the yellow on his belly. Even though that's kind of what's going to happen. Like, oh my gosh, what's going on here? No, that doesn't look right at all. No, I think I made a mistake. That this part should not be as... But then... It's all twisty. I'm gonna have to go in with some blue to fix this. By some blue, I mean a lot of blue. Because now I gotta paint over all this yellow. This yellow... the yellow's not entirely dry yet. There's like big globs of it. Well, one big glob. How? Because this is going to connect, right? Over here? The lightning and thunder has finally calmed down. This is so twisted. I can't figure out how it transitions from the stomach that's down here, and then like it goes up to being here. It's all messed up. And there's a space in here that's almost too small for me to even get into. I'm starting to bend my hand backwards to try and get to it. This is really something where I should just paint it black and cover it with shadow and call it a day. Because if the person who sculpted this can't be bothered to figure out their ups from their downs, then I can't either. But I think I did the best job I possibly could. And some of the green has come off. That's awful. I really don't like that. Huh. Well, what should come next? I think, yeah, at this point I'm ready to switch to yellow and start touching up the mane. And then depending on how that turns out, that might be the finishing touch for this stream. And then I'll come back and paint some more next stream. Ooh, hold on a second. That doesn't look right. Okay, no, that does not look right. No, there's still a lot of blue. Get off. Come on. And for some reason my camera is wigging out. Like, there's not a lot of movement. Why is it having trouble, like, tracking? Why is it having trouble tracking action that's barely action at all? Yeah, that's actually turning out quite nice. I like that. next? Over here? Like I said, I like the idea of there being a white space, so it kind of looks like a lightning bolt. Because that's a motif that I tried to work in with the last dragon sculpture, and it just didn't work out. I tried to work it in, and it didn't work out. Oh, yeah. I made a good decision. This is turning out super good. I could use some more red here, but I mean, it's still pretty tight. That's good. Let's flip this over. Try and get a better angle on this part. Man, my hands are coated with paint at this point. Well, I mean, a little exaggeration. But my fingertips are definitely stained. Get in there. The more I concentrate, the quieter I get. So sorry if I don't have a lot of riveting conversation right now. And man, I missed big parts with the red paint. I mean, bad enough that it already needs another coat, but there's parts that I just straight up didn't paint for some reason. Now we make our way up here. More. This needs so much more red paint. I'm also thinking, you see how there's like some swooshy stuff down here? I think that's supposed to be like the mane or whatever. Thinking about putting a flame design down there, so it looks like the dragon is surrounded by flame, like down on the ground. That'll be a cool effect to put together, I think. But before I do that, I think I've got a lot to work out regarding getting a second coat on a lot of this other stuff. I want to get the basics of this done first. Before I start getting extra fancy. Man, this is working out better than I expected. Like now, I'm looking at it on the stream, and it's really coming to life. Let me close these. Actually surprised at how much yellow is going into this design. I knew I wanted the dragon to have a yellow belly, but making the mane more yellow is spicing things up in an unexpected yet welcome way. And ooh, what is going on here? That's tough. Now what? I guess I should touch up his chin now. His little beardy beard. Like that. There we go. And more over here. And down under here. Every time I say down under, I keep thinking of Down Under by Men at Work. You know, speaking of Australian stuff, does it ever bother anyone that there's nothing actually Australian about Outback? I mean, they've got the Australian decor, but their menu isn't Australian. It's not like they're selling Vegemite or actually, I'm struggling to think of other forms of Australian cuisine. Kangaroo meat, fried crocodile tail, bacon flavored shapes. What was I need to brush up on my dank pods. He can fill me in on what Australian dining is like. I almost said Japanese for some reason. What was I doing? Besides talking nonsense about Australia. Eyebrows. Oh, there's a little strain of red in here for some reason. I don't know how that happened. I guess there was just some red paint that never dried. Oh, these are his eyelids. Those should be blue as well. But I'm not going to get into that detail right now. What color should these be, though? I'm wondering. Because there's like these, if you can see them, like these little frilly things around his cheeks. I'm not entirely sure what color they should be. And I don't really like how green the blue is now that it's drying. I mean, it was green before, but now it's really, really green. And you can't even tell on the stream. On the stream, it looks perfectly blue. But what does the jewel look like on stream? It looks very teal. It's more of an emerald green in person. This has been difficult. Do I have a lot of black? Where is my black paint? It's way over here all on its lonesome. No, I still have some black paint, but I can see it's very watery. It hasn't been touched in a very long time. How are my other paints? Still got plenty of blue, plenty of red, plenty of yellow. Like I said, these paints are very, Wait, why does this not have a label? Hell, 2005. These paints have held up very well. They're almost 20 years old. You know what I want to do? I think I want to end the stream at 5 o'clock. I want to make it like a nice even number. I don't know why. But once the stream's over, I can go back through this and give it another coat of paint. Try and make it a little more brilliant. Try and make the blue more blue and not so, like, turquoise blue. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring out the big guns as the finale for this stream. I'm gonna reach for my big old brush and lay down a whole bunch of yellow. This has been languishing for a while. It's nice and clean. There we go. Now let's start getting nuts with this yellow. Not too nuts though. Big splash of color right in there. Try to get a little color on top. And then right here. And don't glob up on me. Yeah. Getting it spread evenly is a lot easier with the big brush. I say a lot easier now that I say that. I'm going back and seeing that there are some globs here that need work. This is weird how they put fur on on his thighs and his biceps. This is a hairy dragon. It always bothered me how people complain about the way Smaug looks in the Rankin Bass version of The Hobbit, where he looks very cat-like. I always liked that about him. It gave him a very distinct look. There, another big old paint booger made its way in. I should go back to that store that I got this from at some point. See if they got anything new in. Actually, no, I shouldn't, because these were very expensive. And like I said, I'm trying to avoid expenses for the meantime. I already dropped plenty of money on my new desk and the new stuff that I just showed off over there. I didn't mean to paint that yellow, but whatever. It's probably going to wind up yellow anyway. because I don't know what to do with the weird hairy elbows or thighs, except make them yellow just like everything else, just for the sake of consistency. And I screwed up this part right here. That sucks. Especially that right there. I'm going to have to touch that up with some more white. Thankfully, it's a very thick, sticky white, so it should be able to cover that up. Don't take that out of context. This is almost, well, I say almost done. I'm almost done for today. Because I've got other things I gotta do. Yeah, I gotta... Uh-oh. Hey, you know what? The little accidental touch of red on his eyebrows actually turned out pretty cool. And it looks even cooler on stream. That little bit of orange hue is kind of neat. Nice little, you know, as Bob Ross would put it, a little happy accident. And I still don't know what to do with the hands and feet. What color I want to make those. I'm considering making them green. I can't make them blue because then they'll blend in with the blue of the body. Okay, maybe the big brush was too broad for this part here, because I overpainted on some of it. Some of this I just can't reach. Or maybe I can. Can I wipe that off? Yeah, I'm gonna have to paint over it eventually anyway, but can I just like... Can I undo that a little bit? See, that's why I like working in acrylic, is because you can work fast and it's easy to cover up mistakes. Not so with oil. I mean, I talked about this before on another stream, but when they talked about oil paints in my high school art classes, it's like, oh, it's a paint that never dries. And I'm like, what? How? No. No, I don't want it. I ain't want to do that. I hate the idea of a paint that never dries. Because then it's paint that you always have to be careful around. And I'm not a careful person. You've seen me not be careful on this very stream. I think I made just enough yellow for this. Maybe. Then again, maybe not. Because I think the yellow might also need another coat. Dang it. Stupid big brush. There. Well, now there's a lot of yellow on this, almost to the point where there's more yellow than blue. Not sure how I feel about that. This was supposed to be a blue dragon. You know, like that crappy game. I don't know if it's crappy. I shouldn't say that. I haven't played it. I think I'm done using the big old brush. And this water is not where it's supposed to be. I was just talking about how scary it is to have water right on top of where my computer tower is. I think now, what was I doing? I got distracted. Oh yeah, the mustache. I want the mustache to be blonde. And this is gonna take that steady hand that I don't have. Or not. This is actually turning out easier than I thought it would be. Wait, what is this? Did I miss a part? No, I didn't. There we go. I just realized I didn't finish talking about the my other painting idea. I mean, beyond this, obviously, and the painting that I never finished, I was planning on doing another iteration on a painting that I've done a couple times. One of them I did in high school, and the other, like I was saying, I'd sold her for like $20 in a poem from some like emo kid. And it's, how do I describe it? It's like a two of hearts, except one heart is red and on fire, and another heart is blue, and it's broken and it's made out of ice. And the red one is like, you know, curvy the way a heart usually is, with big curvy flames coming out of it. But then the blue one is like super angular, with like big icicles hanging down off of it. And what you see is the like there's a little drop of water coming down from the tip of the heart and landing in like a pool of water separating the two, so the icy heart is like the reflection of the fiery heart. Maybe I'm not describing it too well, but I think once you see it in action, it'll make more sense. And I actually had an idea for like an entire series of paintings like that, like a two of spades, two of clubs, two of diamonds. And they would be based on similar dichotomies. It's an idea that I'm going to have to workshop later. Way later. Like, I've got my hands so full. It's like that meme, the why can't I hold all these apples? If anyone even remembers that meme, I think that's an old one. Now what's next? Should I make these white parts yellow or not? I kind of want to leave them white to make them consistent with the white edges on everything else. But now that I've got the yellow down, I'm seeing how much more red this needs. I think I'll add a bit more red before I call it a night. Now there's wet paint all over, and I gotta be careful. Oh, that's so much better. So much better. Except for the part where I overpaint. Because I'm a klutz. And next time I do a stream, you'll see the plan that I had in mind for these spikes to make them look a little cooler. Whew. After this, I gotta finish putting my new office chair together. Although all I'm gonna do is take it back to the store. I'm getting so sick of that. I swear, these places that sell office chairs, they're just liars. Straight up. This is the second time it's happened. They have a chair that's out on the floor for people to try out. I sit in it, I like it, I take note of which chair it is, then I go pick it out from the shelf, I bring it home, I build it, and it's nothing like the chair that I sat in. It's completely different. I honestly want to go back and see if they're willing to just trade the chair that they have on the floor, although their inventory rotates constantly, so they might have gotten rid of it by the time I get back. I've been dragging my feet too much. If that happens, oh boy, it just means that my hunt for a new chair is just going to have to start all over. And hey, this is supposed to be blue. I'm going to have to go back and take care of that. And, oh my gosh, all the spots that I missed. I gotta do something about that. Come on. Come on. I almost said it again, but I caught myself. That. Wow, that looks way better. Without the big gaps in the paint. Now that the red and the yellow are touching, they look better. Way better. I got a little red there, though. That's annoying. I need a whole bunch of red right here. I missed a lot of spots here. I guess because at that point I hadn't quite figured out exactly how I wanted to do the main. I mean, at that point I thought I just wanted it to be white, but... ah, golly, the yellow is so much better. With the white, it did not feel finished. Just straight up. It did not feel finished at all. And you know what? I'm seeing another part that I missed. There should be some yellow here. So I'm going to have to paint over that again. And this is a spine that I basically hadn't painted at all. How did I miss that? Oh man, this is messy. I'm leaving so many little splotches all over the place. Like I said, a lot of these little mistakes and the extra coats of paint, that's something I'm just going to have to do off stream. Because that's like, as if this wasn't boring already, right? It's about to get even worse. Well, you know what I should do though? Once I edit these, I gotta make a version of them that's one of those like speed painting things, where you just see the whole thing happen super duper fast. Those are always cool looking. Because it's all the joy of painting with none of the hassle. Just use the Speed Force and it automatically goes. If only all painting was like that. The more I look at this red, the more I like it. Everything except the blue, I got to be pretty much exactly the way I wanted it to be. But maybe that's because blue is my favorite color that I'm so particular about the tint of blue that I want. Or should I say hue? I get tint and hue mixed up. What's the difference? Hold on a sec, I gotta figure this out. The difference between tint and hue. Hue refers to the purest form of a color. Without tint refers to a color that has been lightened by adding. So shade is when a color has had black added to it. Tint is when a color has had white added to it. And then hue is in the middle where it has no white or black. And it's just the color. Okay. So hue. Very particular about the hue that I want. But I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to touch this up later after I've done other stuff. Because I've got the chair, I've got stuff I need to take to the dump. I've got I gotta do some editing. I gotta finish doing what I gotta do to reinstall Windows so I can finally, this is too high, reinstall Windows so I can finally do that Psychonauts 2 stream that I wanted to do a long time ago. In the meantime, I need a drink. Okay. That'll do it for now. I don't know about the red nose. The red nose is looking a little goofy. I mean, like, it made sense at the time. Like, it's just having a red stripe from tip to tail. But, I don't know. It's looking a little clownish, a little drunkish. Maybe I want to do that over. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I'll change that to be blue. Need some more coats. Need some more white to cover up mistakes like this. If you can see that, lots of mistakes here, little specks and flecks and such. Yeah, gonna need, every part of this is probably gonna need another coat of paint. Even the red, like the red still isn't quite where I want it to be. And I gotta figure out what I want to do with the hands. Now, I can't make the hands green, because you see they're also touching the big green gem. It's hard to say exactly what color I want them to be. Maybe I'll just make them blue anyway and then have like big black outlines on them. Because like I said, I also wanted to do the very illustrated style shading. still got to do the eyes, the weird, you know, frill things here, the horns. So there's definitely going to be a part 2 of this, which is good because, I mean, I've really been stalling. Trying to come up with ideas for streams while I try and fix what's wrong with my computer. And it's been getting harder and harder to come up with new ideas when my computer just isn't working the way that I want it to work. I really need to spruce that up so I can start streaming. What do I want to play? Psychonauts 2, obviously. I promised that a long time ago. And like I said, I've got this, and I'm going to try and work on... like, I've got the switcher. I also need a splitter. And that'll help me get some console gaming done, because I've still got all my consoles right here. Lots of console games. It'd be nice to tap into that library for streaming content instead of rebuying everything on Steam, you know? What else did I want to play? I want to play the Devil May Cry games, but I want to play Devil May Cry 5 with mods. And that makes me a little nervous because I heard, like, there was all that drama a few months ago about how Capcom hates mods because they think all mods are cheating. To the point that they were like, they would copyright strike streams, but only streams of Devil May Cry 5 with mods, or any Devil May Cry game with mods. They just hate mods. You can play the game, but if you play it with mods, they hate it. I don't know if they're still on that, or if they've gotten over it, if they don't really care. But it's stupid. It's stupid. That's such a backwards, like, old fuddy-duddy way of thinking about mods. I mean, mods are I feel like they're a big part of keeping games alive past their original life expectancy. There's really no reason to tell people that they can't mod your game. Not when it's single player. Like, and even if it's not single player, if it's a co-op game, actually, I remember now that Devil May Cry 5 has some co-op elements, but they are so, I don't know, what's the word? Trivial? Vestigial? They're not why people play the game. And it shouldn't really matter at all if you play with mods. I mean, if that's the reason why they're cracking down on streams of Devil May Cry 5 with mods, that really makes me wish that there had not been any co-op in Devil May Cry 5 at all, because it's so token to begin with, and now finding out that there's this baggage where because there's an online element, they don't want any mods of any kind. Like, just make it purely single player at that point. Like, I get not wanting mods in games with any kind of PvP element. I mean, even cosmetics. Wasn't there, like, some sort of drama about how someone showed up to a tournament and they accidentally left on some sort of, like lewd cosmetic? And it led to them getting banned or whatever, and it was like a little controversy. I don't know. It'd be nice to play that. I also don't know if you can play Asura's Wrath with the DLC. Because also the true ending for that game is DLC only, and obviously that's a very old game. So I don't know what the situation is there. It honestly makes me nervous thinking that I might have to like pony up some major dosh for like an old 360 that has the DLC on it, if that's the only way that you can get the true ending anymore. I really wish I still had my Xbox that already had the DLC on it, but that's gone. I mean, I'm trying to think of PC games that I play, but I already have lots of great console games here. That's why I wanted to put together more of a setup for console gaming, so I can dip into this like massive backlog that I have here already. Now, a lot of these are great games that I would love to play again. All the Devil May Cry games, Katamari games. Although there's the Katamari reroll, the remasters or whatever on Switch. I'd be interested in checking that out because I knew that they did the first game, and I mean that's pretty cool. But what I really loved was the second one. We love Katamari, or we heart Katamari, whatever you want to call it, because I don't know if they did that, but if it's a remaster on a new console, I have to assume they got rid of that really annoying mid-level loading. Because that was that and the campfire level. Those were the only weak points and what I would otherwise consider to be a perfect game. That's one of the best games I've ever played. So I should really get a Switch at some point. What are some others? Because now I'm eyeballing that the Shadow of the Colossus remake, and then I'm remembering like how bad the collectibles were in that game. The one new collectible that they added, and every time you pick it up, there's about a 1 in 3 chance that the game will just crash. The great quality control there. You add one new thing and you can't even make sure that it works. That's embarrassing. And I must have played that game like a year after it came out. The remake. They had time to fix that and they just didn't. And it's really lazy and dumb. Lots of games here that well, not lots, but some games here that I've never played. I think I never played Destiny. Metal Wolf Chaos. Some games I don't even know how I got. I don't have my 360 anymore, but I still have some 360 games. Like Asura's Wrath or Bayonetta. Although Bayonetta came out on PC. So probably not even going to bother with the 360 version. Originally I was going to play it on PS3, but then I heard about how bad that port was, and you can see the clothes that I took off in the background. That's real classy. Yeah, I'm just real excited to get back into gaming. Like one of the first streams I did was Psychonauts. In fact, I think that might have been the first. What was the first thing I ever streamed? What was my first stream? I think my first stream actually wasn't much. I think it just did introductions, and then I read like a chapter of One Piece, and that's it. There's I don't know. I'll have to go back over that. Oh yeah, live action. Silly me. Live action One Piece was like the first thing I ever streamed. But then right after that was Psychonauts, and I was gonna play more games. But then because uh, my install of DirectX is borked, I can't do that. And so ever since then, I've had to like make up for it with by digging into my other streaming ideas. So I watched like a lot of stuff that I had been putting off, like uh, Power Rangers. What's it called? Once and Always. Um, and the new Invader Zim like little movie they made. The new Scott Pilgrim, the new Hey Arnold, the new. Probably not gonna watch the new Rocco's Modern Life that came out like a few years ago. Because, I mean, Rocco's Modern Life was okay, but I was never that big a fan. Um, once I get once I get my gaming rig set up, that's gonna open up a lot more possibilities. And I can just browse Steam and see what's going on there, see if there's anything cool or new I want to play. Uh, some games I want to play with Jaren. Oh no, I got paint on my nice keyboard. Man, that yellow paint is dangerous. It gets everywhere. The lid snaps shut the way that it does. It goes everywhere. Everywhere. Some games I want to play with Jaren. Like, I talked about it a long time ago. And unfortunately, Jaren, my best friend, he's been going through a lot right now. I won't talk about too much on stream since that's his business and not anyone else's really. But he's been kept busy. He's been kept away from a lot of the things that he cares about. Uh, on top of him already being a very busy person, he has a lot of interests and hobbies. And it's hard to put anything else on his plate, but it would be great if I could talk him into doing content with me, because that was actually the real germ of this channel was uh, all the good times that I had with my best friend. I thought how cool it would be to have that experience with like other people and share it with them, like have that chill hangout energy, but share a little bit of that with everyone, as just I don't know how do I put this, just a nice break from life, because the time I spend with my best friend has been like the best coping mechanism for when things just aren't going my way. And I think everyone could use a little bit of that. So if there was any way I could bring him on board for more content, like, man, that would be awesome. And that would bring this channel, I don't want to put it on him. Like, this is my venture, not his. And so I don't want him to like feel responsible for making this a success, but I do get a little excited thinking what it would be like if I could get him on board. I feel like the scope of this channel would increase considerably. But before I do that, I gotta do what I can do on my own. And that means doing the work I gotta do that I've been putting off to try and actually help this channel grow instead of staying small the way it is. And that's hopefully something I can figure out. I've been playing with the idea of having like an off season. I can't remember if I said this already. I'm pretty sure I did, but just the idea of switching from focusing on streaming to focusing on making videos, and then I do that for a few months, and then I switch gears again. I go back to streaming, and then I take a break from that and just kind of alternate. Where like I'll have an on season that's all about streaming, an off season that's all about editing. That's just an idea that I'm workshopping right now. Not 100% sure about it. I'll figure it out probably after I've edited my first video, which, I mean, I'm working on it. I promise I am. It's just things haven't been going my way, but hopefully that'll change soon. I'll try and work on that over the course of this next week. Next week I'll be streaming again, same time, Sunday at 1. It'll be part 2 of this little painting project. Hopefully finish it. Also read another chapter of One Piece, and then after that, like, let me pull up my calendar. So August 18th would be part 2 of this of the painting project, and then more One Piece, and then depending on whether or not One Piece is on break the week after, and depending on where I am with my computer situation, it's either going to be another painting stream where I go back to this right here and try and have a do-over with that, or actually have that Psychonauts 2 stream that I was supposed to have like 5 months ago. I'll figure it out. In the meantime, if you could, just please like the stream, and any subscription, if you could subscribe, that would also be appreciated. Leave a comment if you'd like. Anything to help grow this channel, because the more you help this channel grow, the closer we get to bigger and better projects, like I said, bringing my friend Jaren onto the show, and we do content together where we talk about the video games and superheroes and martial arts movies and nerdy stuff, all the stuff that we usually do together. We could do like movie reviews. I want to try and learn how to make my own VTuber model, because I'd love to make the upgrade to being a VTuber. I think that sounds super cool. Lots and lots of different ideas that I've got for directions to take the channel, but as things are now, it's hard to put work into it when I still need to concentrate on all the jobs and responsibilities and obligations that I have now. If you can help the channel become more successful, then that will let me afford to focus more on making the channel everything that I want it to be. Everything that I think will make people happy. I don't know if I'm making my point well, but I think that's gonna do it for the stream. So y'all have a good day.